Good morning and welcome back. Today is the 10th of June 2026 and I'm going to go through my pre-market prep. Before we start, we'd like to see what news could and has moved the market. 8:30 we had CPI, core CPI come in and we had a big reaction to that and we're just starting to give it back a bit. Other news today, 10:30 crude oil, so keep an eye on crude oil if you trade that. And you've got the 10-year bond auction at just after 1 o'clock. So that's pretty much in. There's another news event or two, but these are low volatility news events. So just be wary of oil because that's an area we might be looking to watch. As for large orders and order flow, let's have a quick look, see if there's any divergences. There's a bit of a divergence here, you can see on ES. Price was putting in, well, that's CPI candles, and maybe we can ignore it, but sellers were absorbing all the buying pressure up here, or the buyers were absorbing all the sellers, should I say, and then it kind of went in line with each other. So just be wary because it's not a straightforward open. And large orders, we got 73.50, 73.48, just where we are right now. Just big one popped up, 73.80 above, and then 74.00. Beware of those. And 73.00 below is now on watch. And we broke through that during that CPI. Or did we? No, we broke through that in the pre-market. Hang on. Or even yesterday, we kind of broke through it and on the pullback. So, but we're going to those levels in a minute as well. Just be wary of those big orders. It may change later. This is just pre-market. Good morning to Mayo and good morning to everybody else. So let's just go straight into the levels today. I'm going to start off with the daily time frame on the S&P E-mini futures. We had this head and shoulders, potential head and shoulders drawn in yesterday, and we said we're going to keep an eye on that to see how that responds. Left shoulder, head, let's get rid of that. Was it hiding? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Right shoulder is yet to be filled unless you're taking that really small candle. I'm not convinced. I like to see it look a bit like this one with an air gap. I like the air gaps. But we did break down. We did lose that neckline area, and that's a key area we're watching. 73.50 area, 73.50, 7400. We lost it, and then instantly we brought it back up again. So looking at volume on the daily, we got massive big volume yesterday, and we know that's a bottom tail and a topping tail candle. So I'm a mixed, neutral feeling on that one because it could be buyers or it could be sellers. We can obviously look at the order flow, find out who was in control, but sellers sold it off, buyers brought it back up, and then we're back down below that neckline area. So we are now officially below that neckline. So I'm going with a trend more than the bounce, but I will be just scalping today because we are smack bang inside that big range in day yesterday. Do you remember on Monday, after we had this big move down on Friday, I said keep an eye on the market on Monday. We might have a narrow range day, which we did get, and then we had a bigger range day yesterday. And again, the same rules. We may just have a smaller, narrow range day today. So let's see what happens. We've got the IPO for SpaceX on Friday, so maybe the market's just sitting there, just deciding what to do. Maybe people are selling shares off of their S&P so they can buy into the IPO. But here we are right now. We've got the volume shelf above, a big volume shelf, so that's an area we can keep an eye on. 7400. We don't have any volume really, not real volume, until we get back down to that 71.50. We know that area, we talked about it, big area of confidence on that daily. Notice how we bounced off the 50 moving average yesterday. So that's an area to keep an eye on as well today. And I'm going to remain neutral. So let's just quickly look at the weekly volume, see how we were last week. Last week we had a red candle and higher volume than the previous week. This week's an indecision candle, then had a few days. So dropping down to the hourly. Obviously daily RSI, by the way, was at midway, so very neutral, is not overbought or oversold. Dropping down to the hourly where we're going to pick up some levels for today. Let's get rid of that head and shoulders pattern, which worked pretty well. I'm going to be drawing in the trend line first. Let's do the trading view trend line tool. That's our trend line there. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We can get rid of that one now because that's now gone. That's our trend line. That's our place we can watch for potential pullback. if we do pull back to that area, look at that psychological number, 7,400. So I do like that. Notice where we rejected yesterday or target. Pretty much we said keep an eye on 7,400, and that's exactly where we got to. So big sell-off and a big 50% trace. Something I want to show you, the fibs. So remember on Monday, so let's see the fibs, and we were at the 50%. Look where we rejected, all the way up to the 618 there. Okay, let me show you something else. Let me draw another fibs line. That one there, down to there. Oh, and look where we rejected yesterday, all the way back up to the 618 again. So maybe that's something we can keep an eye on as well. So it's not a coincidence. Obviously, this is algos using fibs and big smart money or the institutional traders. So maybe that's an indication where we could go to. If we sell off again, maybe we can put the fibs back in and see a potential target in place. But that's something for the future. Just something I noticed today when I was just looking at the charts. So looking for levels today. I like 7,300. That's yesterday's kind of an area I was watching. We bounced there in the pre-market today, 7,305. I'm going to keep an eye on that area for a bounce. It's a psychological number. Is there much volume from previous weeks? A little bit of volume on the left-hand side. You can see that volume shelf. So 7,300 is a level in play. 7,400 above. Big volume shelf there. That's a big level in play as well. And that's just before we get to this big volume shelf, which could act as potential resistance in that area. And then if we lose pre-market low and we lose yesterday's low, which is also a level to watch, 72.50 on a small volume shelf, we've got this massive volume shelf with a point of control running through this area of confidence just there. And that's that 71.50 area, an area we are well aware of. We've been watching up there for some time. We were rejecting it, then we broke it and we bounced before we took off, and we've not looked back. I like to see reactions at previous reaction places, so that's why I quite like the pullback into that zone. So that's another area to watch. And the fact we have a point of control, we know there was buyers and sellers down there at some point. And that's pretty much the levels for today. I do quite like the rejection up on this area here, 7,400. That's what I do like seeing, is when we break these zones and we break it, we come back and retest. We break it, we come back and retest, and that's another zone there. As for the ORBs, if we get above pre-market high, which is 73.75, I like it long, maybe a break and retest into 7,400. That's on the ORB, looking for the opening range. If the ORB breaks low, I'm not a massive fan of going short inside that hourly range, but we could watch for the short back down to retest that 7,300 pre-market low area. So again, we are smack bang inside yesterday's range. We are just kind of retesting the lows of Monday or Friday sell-off as well. So I do quite like it for a short trend continuation. We are putting in this new break and retest of these levels, even though this is that neckline area we talked about. Even though we broke it and we had an instant response back up, it's within the zone I like to watch. So that's for me, that is a break and retest of the neckline area as it stands, unless we push up and then it's a fake breakdown. Looking at volume, did we look at volume on the daily? But we are about to now. Volume on Friday, big. Let's just draw my arrows in. Oh, arrows. Big volume on Friday, that one there, that's our volume candle. We had a small narrow range with a topping tail, and we had a relatively high or above average green candle. When you look at the previous green candles, they were a lot lower. But we know sellers came in here, so we know that's a selling area, so maybe it's a bit of a sell and buy. Then we had yesterday's range, and we had a massive big, even though it's a red candle, it's a neutral candle. At one point, that was all a red candle before we pushed up and put in that topping tail. So again, I'm remaining neutral on the volume at the moment as well, because we don't really know if it's buying or sellers sitting there. But we do have this candle here, which is kind of just holding below this neckline area. Big key area as well. We've got a volume shelf above, and we've got a confidence area as well. Not a confidence, we have a neckline level as well. And what we want to see it close on the daily below that area. and that will probably confirm the break or the changing of trend. So that is ES pretty much. That I'm going to be really neutral. I'm going to be scalping today as well. I'm not looking for holding plays while we're inside the previous day's range. I'm not a big fan. I like seeing it breaking down below these ranges, but we're not showing that convincing breakdown yet. Looking at SPY next. We've got the trend line, the same one we got on ES. Depends if we want to draw it there or there. Let's just draw it there. It's a zone, don't forget, so we can watch this entire area. If we pull back into that 737, 740 area, I like that for the rejection. Notice the volume shelf to the left, quite a bit of volume. The next big volume shelf above is all the way up at 750. We know that area quite well. We held it, then we lost it, and then we bounced from it before we kind of put that little shuffle, that little GBI or that 3-bar play in. We took out those pivots before selling off, and we technically come back up and retested that zone 748, 750. It's close enough. So for me, that's an area to watch. I also want to see it retest off this trend line, so 737. We do have volume. So if we break pre-market low, I like the break and retest short into yesterday's low. And that's pretty much it for SPY. SPX closed below 7,400. It tried to retest it. Let me just have what happened after the market. We tried to retest it, and the market just sold off from the close. So we should be opening up probably around this zone here. So keep an eye on 7,400. That is a rejection area. So if you're long on ES, be a bit wary coming into that 7,400. We also got 7,300 below, same as ES. We've got to watch that area, even though we blasted our way through it yesterday. I do quite like it coming back down and through 300, and then we can look for a short to retest yesterday's low. And we got 7,200 below. I'm just looking at psychological numbers. We've got this area of confidence at 73.44. And then obviously we've got this area of confidence 7,400. That's another number we know. That is pretty much it for SPX. NASDAQ next. Let's just draw the trend line in. We've got a more defined trend line there, more pivots taken into account. So if we see a big push up, let's look for the break and retest over 29,000. We do not want to be going long into 29,000. We've got to be over. So watch for long over 29,000 into this zone up here. Not only is it the trend line, not only is it a big volume shelf, we've also got the point of control and a big area of confidence. So 29,300, that's a key area we've been watching as well. So for 4 reasons we like the rejection up there. If we get above that area, then it's obviously not on the table anymore. We are below the 50 moving average as well. So institutional selling's kind of taking hold at the moment. But if we do get into that area, keep an eye on that area for potential rejection to continue this downtrend. Otherwise, look for a opening range over 29,000. Look for a breaking opening range or breaking retest below 28,610. And that's it really, nothing else. We've got the point of control sitting at 29,200. So that could, if we came into that area, that could be a rejection point as well. QQQ next. QQQ, we're kind of hovering around this neckline area. So this is a key area for every sector we've looked at so far, this neckline from the daily. We're either going to bounce and put in new highs, or we're going to lose that area. Obviously, I did quite like, this is putting in a bit of a better head and shoulders pattern, you know, more defined. We might even just go sideways for a bit. But for me, QQQ 700 is a key area. Let's just see where's 700. I've just drawn over it. So if we can get below 700, I like it for the short. Otherwise, if we can hold 700, I like it for the long. We'll be looking for buyers for these bounces. So we're looking for increase in buying pressure, either through order flow, footprint charts, or just the normal volume. Otherwise, keep an eye on 710. Big volume shelf, massive area of confidence, pivot from a few days ago, a pivot from yesterday as well. So 710 is not only a target if we're long, but also a potential rejection, and that'll be rejecting that trend line. Oil next. It's the only green on my watch list. The only green. It's all very red. Although it's not moved much, it's still green. So for me, got to keep an eye on 92 down to 90. That's the zone, and we're coming into it right now. It's a big zone. You know, we've seen days range less than those two points. But for me, if we get into that zone, I like it for the rejection. We're still holding below this trend line, and I like to see continuation. Again, I'm going to zoom out again, looking at the bigger picture of this potential flag. You know, we could call it a bear flag, but we are hovering in this area. We may see a fake breakdown and then volume comes back in. If we see that, we can look for longs. As long as we break, let's zoom back in again. As long as we break this trend line, that zone there, don't know where you want to see it, that zone there, maybe we're breaking that big steep one. As long as we get over this zone as well and we break that trend line, I like it long. But while we're hovering in this area, I've been looking for rejections and shorts. But we do want to get outside the previous few days range. Gold next is taking a nosedive, coming into a potential bounce point. And we've got 41.34 basically. I'm going to have to go onto the daily so we can zoom out a bit. Oh, excuse me. See, I'm even boring myself. No, I didn't sleep very well last night. I'm a bit under the weather, so I'm feeling a bit tired. Good morning to Sunny as well. Welcome back. 41.50 area is a potential bounce area. We like that because we've got kind of an area of confidence there. We kind of bounce in this zone down here, and I quite like these areas of confidence. Last time we broke and came back down, we had this big reaction. We came back down again. We had this big reaction. We come back down again. Will we get another big reaction, or at least to that trend line? So let's just keep an eye on that. Remember, I like to think history repeats itself, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 good places there where we've seen it. Oh, not 4. I'm ignoring this one. 3 good places there where we've seen it bounce. So let's just keep an eye on that this area for potential bounce. Notice a big psychological number below, 4,000. So 4,000 is an area we can watch. That's the lower of that little zone I've drawn. So for me, bounces, I'm not really interested in a short unless we can break below this area. Basically, I don't really want to go short into 4,000. We are quite far from, we're at 41.50 at the moment, that area. So we may have some movement down. Let's look for a break and retest. There was a volume on that candle there where buyers came back in. So, and we are really oversold right now as well. So really oversold. So maybe bounces on the cards. We've had 3 red days in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4 red days is the maximum I can see on this chart at the moment. That was a big moving day. That was probably related to the Israel war. We don't get many. We don't get three or 4 candles in a row much. 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles there. Not many. 3 red, 1 red, 2 red. Yes, not many. So maybe, and these are big wide range candles as well. So that's why I'm expecting a bit of a reaction very shortly. RTY next. 2800 is an area we've been holding. Big area of confidence. You can clearly see it. A volume shelf as well over here. Let me just zoom in. Am I zooming in? Here we go. So big area of confidence. Held it. We held it. We held it. We held it. We broke it. Then we held it. And then we bounced. We came back. We bounced. Lost it. Rejected. Broke it again. Bounced. 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 And we're back there again. So let's just keep an eye where we are. This is the daily on RTY. Let's dropping down to the hourly for some levels. Notice the big range yesterday. Today we can maybe expect a smaller range. We're right on this point of control, this area here. So I only like the long if we can break over pre-market high. Otherwise, I'm not a big fan of anything while we're inside this range. Let's just keep an eye and see where we are. But if we get to the top or the lower, that's a massive range. Look at how big that range is from yesterday. Never see ranges like that. So what did we do? We pushed up when the market opened. Massive big sell-off over 3 hours. And then the last couple of hours, we kind of pulled back at the 50% area. We're right back in there at the moment. For me, it's got to be over pre-market high or below pre-market low to retest that yesterday's range. YM, we weren't able to hold this area. Notice this big volume shelf. Notice the point of control in the area of confluence. We bounced, lost it, rejected it. So for me, I like 58.31 all the way up to 51,000 for the rejection. Otherwise, continuation below pre-market low, yesterday's low. I want to see it take out both those levels down here to go short. I want to see it come through that area, come back and retest, and then we can focus on targeting 50,000. That's a potential target. Otherwise, watch this area 51,000 down to 51.8 for rejection. That's all I'm interested inside yesterday's range. Bitcoin is starting to stall a little tiny bit for the first time in about since what's it today, the 10th, in the last 10 days. So let's see what happens. We are kind of, this is our trend line there. We've got a bigger trend line there. So these are our trend lines, just rough areas. So for me, if we break over yesterday's high, I like it long. We want to get over yesterday, previous day's high as well. We're kind of sitting in this area. We could also just be putting in this bull flag. This is the pole, and this is the, it depends where you want to look at it there. This is the flag post there. Or the flag, should I say. It's got to be outside of these ranges, basically. Below pre-market low. Look where, go back. Here we go. Look where pre-market low is. It's right on yesterday's low, so it's obviously an important area. If we lose that area, like the break and we test short, if we can get over pre-market high, we can target yesterday's high and maybe target that 63, 64. But this is a good area for me. I've been topping up my Bitcoin in this area. I'm going to add a bit more later today. And then we've got targets above where I can take some profits. 67, 70, psychological number, etc. And that is pretty much everything with loads of time spare. Not bad going. Let's have a look at the ES and order flow so we can just get ready for the market open. It's not looking great at the moment. Look at that. It's just going sideways. Small volume, small candlestick bars. Just looking at the order flow, it looks like a Christmas tree. So nothing to trade. So nothing really to look at on order flow. Cumulative Delta Divergence and Cumulative Delta. We've got price, delta, increase in price. Buyers come in. That's our divergence there. So maybe we might see a bounce in this area potentially. But that was the CPI. Was it called CPI would come in? And now we're just going sideways and prices following. So maybe a play when the market opens. Go back to my hourly pre-market low. Pre-market high is at 73, 73. It's going to be a tough one because we're coming into pre-market high. We've got 7,400 above, but maybe we're going to look for a big green bar on a big green delta to go with this delta divergence play. I like to think the price follows delta, but that could be it. It's not the greatest delta, but something to look. Good morning, Craig. Welcome back. He says, you're close to passing. Good for you. So you need to not take any risks today. A+ setups only. We only trade A+ setups. A++ setups only. We don't take ones which we have gut feelings for. Just ones we know we like. That's why we do the pre-market prep as well. So we know we're not just guessing. We've got numbers and we've got levels on our mind before we even get into the trade. And that's one of the key areas to being successful, is making sure you have a plan in place. Otherwise, if you just go in willy-nilly, thinking because you think your gut says it looks right, then it probably won't be. 3 minutes till market opens. That's that big CPI candle. Indecision though, look at that. We haven't taken out the high of it. We haven't taken out the low. We had sellers come in, buyers came in, sellers came in. So it was a bit of a mixed candle, but quite a big range. 73.20 to 73.65. So pre-market high 73, 73, pre-market low 7300 area, 7305. And we're smack bang inside the pre-market or yesterday's range as well, I meant. We do have a volume shelf above us as well over pre-market high. So a long might be a tough long, but we'll consider it. Put that back to my sim. 212, good morning and welcome back. So while we're waiting, we've got 30 seconds. If you can smash that like button, I'd be really, really grateful. There's 11 of us here, just one like. So let's try and get it up to close to 11 if we can. I'll be well happy. Market opens right now. So we sit and wait, we be patient. We're watching for a big aggressive buyer coming in with price following. So this could be at this area. But let's look at order flow. Negative, small negative delta, some bigger positive deltas. I like it long actually. I'm going to wait a few seconds. I'm going to wait for it to break 73.60. That's coming into, that's the level I'm watching as well. What did I say that level was? 73.59. So get over 59. But we've got the delta coming in. So we know there's buyers here. So positive delta on a red candle, positive delta, small negative delta. We've got a negative delta on that last candle with only one aggressive buyer at the high. So not looking to go long yet. And we wait for confirmation and look at that. And that's why we don't jump in. It would have gone against us. Again, the volume is not great. We had lots of volume coming on that candle, that green candle, with just 202 delta. And then we just sold off. So there you go. Nasdaq's putting a top in tail. Let's go to my 15. S&P or SPX opened up at around 73.50, 73.40 area. So buyers are holding, price is selling at the moment. So it's still a good area. A line point control. Look at this, lack of sellers down here, and then buyers stepping, but not many buyers. So only 42, 54. So again, not interested at the moment. We want to see volume. We want to see volatility. We want to see some more. Look at this, only 343, 294. The volume is just poor for opening. Two on two says he likes the long over 73.65. Yes, same. That's, yeah, I like it long. But remember, we've got pre-market high at 73, 73 above, and a point of control running through. A big area of confidence from yesterday as well, and the Asian market. Want to see some volume come in now. There's a delta divergence playing out. We've got sellers selling, buyers buying. So these buyers absorbing all this selling pressure. I'm sorry, these sellers absorbing all these buyers at the moment. We know that because price is putting in lower lows and delta's putting in higher lows. Here we go. Potential first sign. 1100 contracts. We've got volume starting to come in now with positive delta, small negative delta. Keeping an eye on this for a long. I still like the long. But only with confirmation. Not going to get in unless we get a green candle on the 2 minute, green delta on the 2 minute, and we got confirmation from the footprints as well in the order flow. So big orders, 73.80 above, 7300 below. They're the next two zones we've got big orders sitting. Not massive orders, 130, 137. So sellers are still coming in right here. So when do you flip your bias? I would probably wait for sustained selling and we get below 73.42, which is moving averages on. We're still above the moving averages on the 15-minute. And then only when I see negative deltas coming. Look at this, we had a topping tail candle on the delta chart. So that means we had sellers drive that back down. Lots of sellers in control here. Bigger volumes coming in now from the sellers, which is a good sign. I might be looking for a short here. I like the short below this area. So I'm going to go short on that plus 24 delta. So only 24 delta. That means buyers weren't interested down here. So is that 10 ticks? Close. So that's 10 ticks. That's 20 ticks on break even. How about that? Nice easy trade. Whatever happens, I'm green for the day. I'm at break even. Negative delta, negative delta, negative delta. So it's starting to dry up the volume now from the sellers. Probably going to get stopped here. Here we go. Done. Make sure I'm out of my positions. And that was a cool 200, depending on which account I was using, $200 to $150 per account. Nice, quick, easy scalp. Doesn't sound much, but when you've got 10 or 20 accounts, it all mounts up. So now I'm back in scalp mode for the long. But only if we get over the opening range, that first candle, the first 5-minute candle. I'm not interested. Buyers taking control here, only 87. A line point control. Well, if buyers take control, then I'm looking for a long. Here we go. Over 55. That's above the VWAP and everything. Nasdaq's kind of holding that VWAP at the moment. Small negative delta, only 70. I'm hovering over the buy market button. Just want to see some buyers. Buyers are coming back in on the delta. Oh, I may have missed it. I'm going to look for an entry around about here. I'm long. Line point control. We've got a big positive delta, small negative delta there. So we know there's lack of sellers up here. We're hopefully going to hit the 10 ticks. It almost got there. Sellers are coming back in. We're going to have buyers come back. Big aggressive buying delta right now. So we want to see follow through from this. If we don't see follow through, then that's just sellers absorbing all those buyers. Just want to tap my 10. Oh, this is hard. This is not hitting. Come on, buyers. Let's see what you can do. Here we go. 10 ticks. Hopefully get the 20 tick, and that'll be break even now. Whatever happens, it didn't get filled actually at 20 ticks. I'm still break even. Whatever happens, it's a green trade. Here we go. Now I'm going to get filled. 20 ticks. How about that? How about this for a lovely, nice, easy trade? Are we going to get the follow through? We're not getting the follow through we want on this aggressive buyers coming in. This is what we were waiting for. Remember I talked about this earlier? We're over that 5-minute candle. Let's see the buyers come in now. It's going to turn out to be a decent green day again. Not bad. So I'm trailing now. Remember, I like to trail these point controls for this exact reason. A line point control. If we can get over that green line point control, sellers, there's a delta flip up here as well. So only one aggressive buyer. So I'm trailing up a little bit more. Point of controls. Big positive delta from the buyers. 2 align point controls. So I'm trailing these align point controls now. We know that's where lots of buying and selling happened. And this is going to turn into a big trade. We're over, what's our target? 7,400. Okay, I'm out. So that's it. I'm out. Just trailed out. Pre-market. Oh, I didn't even see that. Pre-market high 73.73. I was looking at my clean chart. This one over here. I have a clean chart with just nothing on, but I can just see what's going on. And I didn't notice we're coming up to pre-market high. But there you go. So my accounts are all up about $500 each minimum. There's one which is 600. My sim, which I was trading ES, that was 1200. But don't forget, if you remember yesterday, I've kind of, because I'm in the new Apex paid accounts, I've got to, I can't take more than 20 MES contracts or 2 ES contracts if they got their new scaling plan. And so I've got this set up on my copier. So I get in on, I use my sim account as my leader account. I've got my paid account set up. This is the last eval I'm trying to build up as well. So I'm crossing. So if I buy one ES, it buys one MES. That's the cross enabled. And then I scaled that up with a ratio. So my PA accounts, some of them are 4 times 4. So one ES will be 4 MES contracts. I buy 3. So it's 9 MES contracts. Or 12 on 12 on these, 9 on these. And then obviously my eval, I put a bit more into it. So 16. So that's how I've been doing my scaling. Now, always check your orders and positions, make sure it all closed properly. Let's just move that, open up my rhythmic. Always have your rhythmic open as well. So I think the sale for Apex ends today. So I would recommend getting some Apex accounts, especially if you're just starting out as well, because they're brilliant for that. I learned how to deal with all the trade and drawdowns on using the Apex accounts. And they got pack deals, $19 per account on the 50k accounts, but you need to buy a 5 multi-pack. Let's move that over. So what's my P&L? I was roughly right. I said between 500 and 400. Yeah, and 644 my eval. So yeah, not too bad with the commissions taken out. Craig says up 100 points, only need 500 to pass. Caught 100. Well, don't get greedy. Remember, I've been in that position before where I've literally only had to get like $1 or $2, if that, and end up blowing the account. Remember, there's always another day. And I'm done my trading for the day now. 2 winning trades. Had a decent day yesterday. I think 2 trades over $1,000 per account. Today, about $500 per account. That's not too bad. Craig says he's done for the day. Yeah, good for you. And how about that for an exit on that long? Where's the exit? Up there. Literally got out at the high of the day almost, bar 10 ticks. And that happened yesterday as well, and the day before. Are we going to sell off now? Or are we going to be pushing down? I'm not a big fan of the opening range being formed by just one candle. I like to see it formed by more than one candle. I don't have any rules in place for that, for the ORB plays. But I'm not a big fan of it just being one candle though. But we got just a few more minutes, about 2 minutes left. But it's a big solid green candle, which is kind of engulfed all of that previous range from 830. So it looks pretty bullish. And that was a good delta flip down there as well. Lots of selling imbalance. This is what I look for normally. Excuse me. Lots of selling imbalance. There's a big negative delta followed by then a positive delta and then buyers coming back in. That means selling balances with lack of buyers. There was no follow through. A lack of follow through. Again, I'm not a big fan of the volume we're seeing today. Really low volume. We're back at pre-market high now. This is the area I like for the break over long. I like that. 73.60 was a level I had. Here we go, breaking over. Not even looked at NASDAQ yet. NASDAQ's over pre-market high, over 29. I like that for a long. I'm just looking at my top step. I just did $100 scalp on NASDAQ. I accidentally got in the wrong place, so I just scalped it and got out up $100 on my NASDAQ as well. Well, in fact, I went to get in on NASDAQ, but it filled me on MES. That's why I got out. Why was that? Because I've not got... I noticed the other day all the charts this morning, all the charts were a bit funny. Let's go back. Thank you. So I just configured it so it works. Okay. So MMQ is what I wanted to get in on. So the orb is in place now. We've got, I like this because it's on 2 candles, not just the 1 candle. We've got 73.35 over for the low. We've got the midpoint sitting at 73.58. That's that area's watching on the pre-market we talked about. I like it long over this midpoint, by the way, still. And 73.82 is the high. Don't forget, we've got a 7400 psychological number just immediately above. So we would love to get a little decent risk to reward candle on that. So we've got a bit more volume coming in. Still not ideal, not a great volume today. Large orders sitting at 73.85. There's 200 sitting there right now. 73.90 and 74.05. So they're the areas. I like to think market moves towards liquidity, so potentially we might see it hit those areas. Otherwise below, we've got 73.25 a bit further down. Let me just go to... Look at that, big orders coming in now at 73.85. We've got 1,204 orders. That's a mammoth amount of orders sitting there. So you can see on my screen that big thick red line. We have thin lines for smaller orders, anything over 200. No, I've set it now to anything over 100. And then bigger orders, so basically the thicker the line, the bigger the orders. So 1,200 contracts sitting at 73.85. That's a massive big seller sitting there. And then 73.90, we've got 100. So let's go and look at the comments now. So Craig's done for the day, good. 212 is long 73.60. That's good on the retest. Andrew, couldn't ignore the massive Delta candles. Had to long this, exactly. Lots of aggressive buyers. But not the volume. I'm not seeing the massive amount of volume. Look how thin these footprint charts are. So just be a bit wary. It may not take much for the market to move in either direction. Craig said, I have my footprint showing total volume and delta. Is that good? Total volume and delta. Delta is the one I look at. Volume is good as well. That's what I look at as well. And then 212. That seller will get filled. Yeah, I think it's filled now. Look at that. You can see it on the footprint. Look at that. 2,400 orders sitting, contracts in that order. You can see where all the buyers lapped it up. So targets above, if you're long, 7,400 is a big psychological number, so could keep an eye on that. There's a massive big doubt on NASDAQ right now. I just teased a single, just 5 contracts of MMQ long. At my break-even area. I want to see ES push it and NASDAQ push it as well. Bitcoin's green, Russell's green, big green candles. Dow Jones not doing a great deal. S&P, SPX doesn't look as strong as MES right now. It's kind of coming into pivots from yesterday. Oil, definitely get oil in these layers sitting at that 90 area. We want to see it break out over that area. And then gold is a big green bar as well. Massive delta on NASDAQ. Lots of delta on ES right now. So the orb's in place. Look at this. We got a green candle, increased volume as well. So if we break over 73.90, that orb is just about opened below the orb high. Kind of retested pre-market high as well. So that's a break and retest. So we can technically watch over 73.90. What's NASDAQ doing? Coming to that remember that 50% area we talked about on the fibs? We're coming into that area now. We're retesting pre-market high. Delta flip up here as well. Just watch the order flow for a bit. Two-minute chart, we're kind of holding that area. Delta's in an uptrend. 2 minutes in a small uptrend. Big negative delta. Lots of sellers in this candle, that's why it's not a delta flip. And a small positive delta with no aggressive buyers coming in. Just breaking down a bit now. So are we gonna see some sort of reaction? I lost my mouse, there we go. 73, 75. That's that big area of volume, point of control area. So that ORB is invalidated now because we broke the low of that breaking candle. So you need to wait for another ORB to set up to invalidate. Look good, bottom tail, buyers were in that candle, broke over, break and retest a pre-market high, broke the orb, so it did look good for a while. We're holding pre-market. What's NASDAQ doing? Here we go. Bouncing this area. Not the volume we want to see, not the deltas we want to see. So this is a tough day. The order flow, the deltas are just not showing. It's just showing really low volumes. So I'm just going through the comments. Going back. Andrew says rejected right at the gap fill. And then bouncing right off CPI high, not a worthwhile 20-point range between CPI and previous day close. I agree with that. Is that ES? Go back to the CPI. Yeah, not a big fan of what I'm seeing at the moment. Craig says, missed my trade, but I shouldn't be trading anymore. Sounds like a good decision to make. And Sonny, going to take my one win and log off. Thanks for the session. You're welcome, Sonny. Thank you for tuning in. That's good. I like the risk management. People deciding not to trade, not to overtrade. I'm done trading for the day as well, just so you know. I'm happy to comment on what I see. I like to see the plays I talked about play out. Took 2 trades today. Both were green. And again, I'm not a massive fan of what I'm seeing. What I like to see is bigger volume on these footprints. And we do get them, like this last one, plus 23 delta on a green candle, one aggressive buyer, 1,000 contracts were traded. So pretty neutral when you think about it, neutral delta as well. And even the delta flip signals I'm not a fan of today, because small, very thin volume. It won't take much. Just wondering whether it's related to the SpaceX IPO. People just sitting back. The breakover 73.60 was a good one though. We broke it, retested it, and bounced. What did I put in my? So ES 73.60 rejection was happening as I typed it in. And I was also watching out for a bounce. 7400 to 73.82 rejection. So this is that 73.82 area I was watching up to 7400. So this zone is a potential rejection zone for me. And then 72.50 didn't get down that far. Bit more volume coming in now. Look at this. Contracts are over 1,000, 1,500, 790, 530, 750, 625, with no follow through from buyers. Very thin buyers on these. Even the selling's not great. But we're rejecting that area as well. So the delta bars are very thin as well, apart from this last red delta. We're holding this pre-market highs, holding, aren't we? So we held it, we held it, we held it, and then we're bouncing from it right now. Um, 2-on-2 says, I like what gold is doing. Let's have a look at gold. Oh, look at that, nice solid bar on the open. Let's go to my gold. I've got nothing to look at here at the moment. So gold, that's our downtrend. If we can get over that green bar, I like it long into that pre-market high, yesterday's low. Okay, let's analyze this pullback. Very fit, very small deltas, minus 68, plus 70, minus 105. Doesn't convince me for a long right now. It looks more like a short. Plus 16. Do have buyers at the high. Buyers at the high. Plus 80 with no follow through, then a negative delta. Again, these deltas are so low today. There's no conviction from either buyers or sellers. But looking at the delta chart, we've got a bit of a divergence. We've got price putting in higher highs and higher lows, delta putting in lower lows, lower highs. So this could potentially see price get pulled down by delta if we exhaust as buyers. But the way the footprints are looking, it looks like the buyers and the sellers exhausting each other to the point where they've all gone home. Look at this. We had lack of buyers, now we've got lack of sellers. Lack of buyers. Some sellers came in with no follow through. 81 contracts in that last candle. Although this could be a valid breaking candle for the orb. We did have a valid one earlier, we got invalidated. So this could be a revalidate, a second attempt. We've got a minute, how long we got left? Minute 45, and we're pretty much at the high of that previous candle. Consider that's a topping tail candle, and we've got low volume. You could say that's a selling candle. So maybe that's a good sign. Reducing volume from sellers. Buyers are taking control. The first decent bit of volume we've had for some time. And we put a new high, and then we start to put in a sell. How hard is this to trade? Craig says, not looking good, I agree. The fact we managed to get 2 wins out of this market earlier does make you feel good, because at the moment there's just lack of anything. Nasdaq sitting there at the orb high. ES is sitting there. quite a decent red candle and decent volume, showing intent from sellers. Minus 160 here, another one here, 882, 156. So I could do a new update to this indicator. I might put a ratio of contracts to delta. So I might look into that. I might have an experiment, because that's what you do on days like today. Andrew says, not interested in the long until it's over 7,400. Too much rejection possibility here. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. And 212 says, don't long into this chop zone. 73, 60, 65 was a good entry and a retest of 7,400. The next entry I might add there. Good for you. Yeah. What we want to see is some aggressive buyers come in. We want to see some big delta candles with follow through on price. So this is an official breaking candle as well. It's breaking the orb, opened above the orb, closed over the orb high on increased volume over the previous candle. But you have to ask yourself, do you want to go long into 7,400 on a candle which has got indecision, topping tail, bottom tail, on a day where every time we put in a new high, it rejects, new high, reject? Could play out. But for me, it's got to be A plus only, and having a big level above, immediately above, without even being able to get to 1R is not an A plus. You won't even be able to get a third of an R from that, not even a quarter of an R. So that won't be a play for me. I've not really been talking about the footprint charts, because there's no point even looking at them at the moment, because they're all over the place. You know, got small, look at these small volume, 350 negative delta. So that's pretty much a neutral delta buys. You can see that by looking at the numbers. This one here, only 250 contracts were traded with a bigger negative delta. So sellers were definitely intent on that one. More than half of the contracts were selling contracts, or more aggressive selling contracts. But with no follow through in any direction. There you go. Increased volume coming in now on that candle. I say increased volume, actually decreasing volume on these buyers. Plus 810, 140, 114. You can look at the volume, 1069, 704, 500. And then a red candle comes in with a big 1100. Let's see what happens. So this is officially triggered now, one contract. Not for me, like I said, I'm not a fan of going long into 7400, so I'm holding off. We do have big orders sitting at 73.95, 172 orders sitting there, and then 74.05, 130. Let me update my chart to show the big orders. Large orders, level 2. got it set to 100, 200, but set it to 100 to match the others. Maximum line thickness, let's make that 20 so it stands out. Just move that over here so you can see the orders. There you go, so you can see the orders on my chart now. I did have it set to 200, but over the last few months I've noticed 200, 100, you have a reaction at 100 ES orders, that is. Probably 200 is good for MES. Aligned 3 aligned point controls in a row with a delta flip on relatively higher volume we've been seeing. So this could be a bounce area around here. Let's see whether we can get follow through. Smallish, neutral, you know, anything under 100 delta in either direction is, to me, is pretty much neutral. So that's the only thing that doesn't go for it. It's the delta. Small, and then negative 16, and followed by a red candle. Again, it's really hard reading the order flow right now. Even though we can adapt to use smaller numbers, when I start seeing these small numbers, normally that to me is neutral. But at the moment, maybe we've got to adapt to the market size. Maybe it's the summer coming in as well. I still think it's got something related to Friday's IPO. Here's a good question. I might do a poll actually. Is everybody going to be trading the IPO? Let me do a poll. You can tell I'm bored and doing polls. I hate doing polls. Right, let's see. There you go. I've just done a poll. You know, when you're bored, you start doing polls. Let me know what you think. Ron says he went long MMQ on the orb. Oh, let's have a look at the orb. See, I'm going to show you my chart. It didn't officially create an orb. Lower volume on the breaking bar. Oh, look at that. That's interesting. My algo went long on that orb, even though it should have been invalidated. So I need to look at the code for that. That's the original breaking bar. Invalidated it on that green candle, on that red candle, and it went long. So my ES is accidentally long. But the NASDAQ for me on my trading view chart, it's lower volume than the previous candle. So not an official orb, not in my strategy. But we've got a lot of room to move up. It'll be a great orb. Long over 29,000. I did say in the pre-market I like anything over 29,000. Got a bit more volume coming in there. We haven't seen these high deltas for a long time. Plus 270, minus 290, plus 449, plus 155. Only 17 negative delta, 86. Just starting to come in. NASDAQ. Delta looks strong. As I say that, it puts in a red candle. So I'll take that back. Craig says, just lost 350. I'm stopping. Yeah, good. Walk away. Ron, I actually used the bar before, that bar as my break-in. Oh, I see. Didn't look at the bar before. That one there. I'll zoom in. See, on TradingView, it didn't close above the orb high. On my one, that is. I'm not sure what my NinjaTrader chart says. And using the next candle as your stop. I'm hoping that works for you. Got some movement coming in now. Something's happening. The poll, are you trading SpaceX on Friday? 25% said yes, 25% says no. I'm a no as well, not interested. I'm a no, and I'll watch I'll watch the show. So I got stung, not stung massively, because you get stung if it's not your fault. It was my fault. I traded the coin IPO, fell for all the hype, went long literally at the high of the market, and then it sold off for about 5 months. So I don't know how to trade IPAs, and that's it. English, that's an Indian Pale Ale, and how to trade them. I don't know how to trade IPOs because it's not something I do often. But I'm happy to enjoy the show. I'll learn from it, make some notes, maybe for the next one. But here we go. I had a friend who messaged me, who might be watching, my friend Chaz, and he said, "Are you going to be trading the IPO on Friday?" And I can't remember last time I talked to him about trading, and my response was, as soon as somebody asks me that, it's like when your hairdresser starts talking about stocks and shares, you know to get out or not do it because they're falling for the hype. And I said exactly that. So I hope you don't mind me saying your name, Chaz, if you're here. If not, then you're not here, don't matter. Ron says he's slightly bending his rules. Yeah, as long as you get the green out of it. Me, I'm literally sitting on hands again. If my camera was pointing down, you'll see I'm literally sitting on my hands. Yeah, so I eventually got out of my coin, by the way, for a big loss, and said, right, don't know how to trade this. I'm not going to do it again unless I educate myself. So maybe I'll use Friday as an educational day, and hopefully, if there's a lot of volatility in the market and we're seeing crappy volume right now because of that, maybe Friday is going to be a really good day for trading. But I will stick strictly to my rules. If I take 2 losses, I'll walk away. I have a win. I had 2 wins today, but I'll walk away as well. And I'll just watch, maybe paper trade. I wish I had the same experience I got now than I did when I traded coin. And Ron, your orb's holding the orb high, so that's a good sign. You've got a slight bias in your favour. Obviously, I don't want that to hold me to this, but you got the delta putting in higher highs, higher lows, minus that last little pivot we had on probably the breaking candle, and then hopefully price will follow that. This is a horrible market to watch. Again, really thin volume on the footprint charts. When was the last time we just saw on the open as well? Don't forget, we had like plus 50, minus 10, plus 14, minus 12 with real low volumes. I've not seen that for a long time. Feels like we're trading a bank, what do you call it, a half day when there's nobody around. One says that break even on your P&L, not your stop. I see. Okay, good. I'm probably going to be calling it a day because I don't really want to be sitting here watching this. As much as I love just watching charts, talking out loud about it, but there's nothing really to even talk about out loud because it's just really horrible volume. I would like to see a massive big green delta coming like we saw just before 10:15 with follow through. So on that last candle, we had lots of buying imbalances, then we had a negative delta. A small positive delta, so it's really yucky. We do have that big red bar come back on my top left chart. Let me put the large orders back in. Find a better place for it. There you go. Let's put it in there. There you go. That's a better place for it. So 73.98. We've got 573 orders sitting there. So big seller again. He's back. So somebody's selling into that 7,400 area. And here we go, coming into it. And it's gone. So some buyers came and just took it out. On your orbs should be better than break even now. I did like this actually, by the way. We had a line point control, buying imbalances. We had a small red bar with high volume, but hardly any sellers, not aggressive sellers in it. So buyers absorbed that bar. And then we retested that line point control with another point control on that bar, and we broke out. So this could have been the break and retest of orb just here. We had an air gap as well on the 5 minute. So potentially the orb play would have played. We've broken 74. Don't forget, big order sitting at 74.05, which you kind of came into. This is the most exciting thing that's happened all day. And now we've got 3 candles in a row, a line point control. Is this an area we're going to reject from? We've only got 4. Let me just make this a bit clearer to read. We've only got 2 aggressive buyers at the high, only 4 aggressive buyers at the high, so only 4 there, only 1 there. So it doesn't look good for longs right now. Into that 7,400. Remember I said we don't like going long into that 7,400, and that's the reason why. Volume, look at that wide range candle on the 5 minute. Look at the volume. Same volume than that half size candle in the previous bar. So not a convincing breakout. And we know that because we saw this what happened at the top as well. So again, more yawning. So 2 on 2 says, beautiful trade for me. Take profit 40 points on ES, leaving runners on. Great, good for you. Brilliant trade. That's from 73.60 as well, wasn't it, on the break and retest? That's a brilliant entry. Good job. Yeah, cracking trade. Good job, everyone. About a year ago, Ron says way to go as well. Good job, yeah. About a year ago, I was I wasn't scalping at all. I only started scalping about December time. But a year ago, I was taking trades, and I feel like I've done the opposite now. I used to be in trades, hold them for hours and hours and hours, whether it hits my target or not. Now I'm literally holding them the opposite. I'm holding them for minutes maximum, and I want to get into trades long, but my brain's turned into a scalping brain, especially where the market's been recently. So I really need to work on a better strategy. Well, now I'm trading on those MES contracts. Maybe I can get a few runners on that as well. But holding on to runners is, if you journal and look at your P&L, these runners what makes you most of your money. And so hats off to you, definitely, for holding on to these runners. We call the first 70% of your trade the bread and butter, and the 30% are the main money makers, especially that goes through. You just see grinding up all day. So runners is kind of on my list of things to work on. Probably one of my goals. I would call it a goal for this month, but I'm going to be away this time next week. I'll be hopefully sitting in the top of a mountain in Andorra, or at least driving towards one. So 2 on 2 says, I've come from a swing trading background, so for me it's easier to hold trades. I'm not great at very short time frame scalping. Yep, exactly same as me. I was in the same boat until I forced myself to scalp, and I couldn't contemplate holding on to trades for less than a minute. But now it's the opposite way around. I find it hard holding on to trades longer. To be fair, ORBs and stuff like that, I'm happy taking them because I've done the back test and I know they work over a long period of time. That's why you hear me say every day, we're inside a day, it's a ranging day, a trending day, an inside day. And while we're inside, I'm only scalping. If it's a ranging day, for example, if we opened below yesterday's low, I would have been looking for shorts and I'll be trying to hold on to them. I trade them off the 5 minute chart. The scalps are always on the 10 range chart. So yeah, swing trade is another area I need to get. I used to only swing trade years ago, but I've kind of lost. I've focused so much on day trading, I've lost track of my swing trading. So Craig says, need 850 to pass now instead of 500. I'm done. Yeah, definitely walk away. It's a tough market right now. So literally shut your platform down. Save that. I won't even bother looking at what you need. Don't even say I need 850. You just keep trading. A couple of days ago when I passed my accounts, I didn't even realise I'd passed my accounts until I accidentally looked at my P&L, and I even didn't clock it then. And then I realised, oh, I better stop trading. That's Monday when I passed those 5 evals. But so I wouldn't even bother looking. I would just carry on doing what you do. To get to that point already, you've been trading okay. You've been trading well. So what's another day or two? No need to rush it. I can give you hundreds of stories where I've rushed it and blown accounts. There's a slight divergence again right now. We've got price putting in lows, lower lows, Delta putting in higher highs. Again, we're coming back into that orb high point. Seems to be pretty instrumental today. That's why we look at the 15-minute orb, because look how we're just holding it. Not the 5-minute orb, not the 10-minute orb, not the 30-minute orb, the 15-minute. It always seems to be the area which the market holds and rejects, bounces. You can literally draw an area of confidence right down on that 15-minute orb high. Give me 2 seconds, I will be back in a minute. I'm back again. I'm officially calling it a day now. I'm going to go, my kids have just got home from school, so I'm going to go and say hello to them. Yeah, well, here we go. That 15-minute orb is held again. So instrumental in, that's why the orb play works pretty much. But on inside days, like I was saying earlier, it's a tough trade. And you can see that triggered in. There's at least a couple of places where the orb's gone in. It hasn't failed. That's the orb entry there on ES. I haven't broke the low of that yet, but it's been triggered in. So I will be back tomorrow at 9 AM. Don't forget, I will put, let me put the ES and NASDAQ live stream in the comments. I'm going to look into that new feature as well for the footprint, putting a ratio in so I can see the volume to delta ratio to see just how aggressive it is. Look at this breaking out now. 74.05, got big orders sitting there again. So Craig says, thanks, you're welcome. Mo says, appreciate you. Thanks again. Thank you, you're welcome as well. And thank you, Andrew. And I will be back tomorrow. Good day. I know not everyone's had a successfully green day, but a good day, especially if you have not green and you walked away and you're sitting on hands. And that's it. But it's really tough when it's like this. So days like today, just days when you just don't want to trade. Thin volume. Look at the volume, still really poor. Starting to pick up a little bit here, But, you know, I've been here for an hour. I don't want to spend my day slaving over a screen. So have a really, really good day. A+ setups only. And I will be back tomorrow at 9 AM. So appreciate everybody. Thanks for coming. And if you haven't, don't forget to hit the like button. And I'll see you tomorrow.